Hey guys, settle in and let your mind drift away from whatever chaos you've got going on today. Because tonight, we're stepping into a world where sharp steel settled arguments and deep philosophy was born from very real, very bloody experience. We're not just talking about some legendary swordsman here. We're diving headfirst into the mind of Miyamoto Musashi, a guy whose reputation stretches way beyond just being really, really good at not getting killed in sword fights. Sure, he went undefeated in over 60 duels, starting from when he was basically a teenager, but that's just the flashy part of his resume. This man was a master strategist whose insights about conflict, timing, and human nature still hit different centuries later. Picture this, if you will. You've got two objects that perfectly capture everything Musashi was about. First, there's this humble wooden oar, yeah, like the kind you'd use to paddle a boat, that he carved into a makeshift sword for his most famous duel on a little island called Ganryujima. Not exactly the gleaming katana you'd expect from a legendary warrior, right? More like something you'd grab in a pinch when you're completely out of other options. But here's the thing. That crude wooden weapon tells you everything about how Musashi's mind worked. Unconventional doesn't even begin to cover it. On the flip side, you've got this serene, perfectly brushed scroll containing the Book of Five Rings, his masterwork on strategy and philosophy. Quiet, thoughtful, the kind of thing you'd expect to find in a monastery, not in the hands of someone who made his living ending other people's lives. These two objects, the rough oar and the elegant scroll, they're like looking at two completely different people. Except they're not. They're the same guy, and that's what makes Musashi absolutely fascinating. Here's what we're really getting into tonight. That legendary showdown on Ganryujima wasn't just some macho sword-swinging contest. It was basically Musashi's final exam, the ultimate real-world application of every strategic principle he'd later write down in the Book of Five Rings. Think about it. This book isn't just some ancient manual about sword techniques. It's broken into 5 scrolls: earth, water, fire, wind, and void. And each one is packed with insights about mental clarity, adapting to your opponent, and the kind of self-reliance that keeps you breathing when everything goes sideways. The philosophy he laid out reflects everything he learned from years of actual combat experience, understanding timing so precise it's almost supernatural, reading speed and distance like a GPS for violence, and yes, even the darker arts of psychological warfare, deception, and straight-up messing with people's heads. When you look at that duel through the lens of his book, every single move makes perfect sense. Showing up late to rattle his opponent? Classic psychological manipulation. Choosing a longer wooden sword to gain reach advantage. Pure tactical calculation. The book doesn't just explain what Musashi did. It's like having the man himself walk you through his thought process. So here's what I want you to do. Get comfortable. Find that sweet spot where your body just melts into whatever you're lying on, and prepare to take this journey with me. We're going to explore how the raw, sweaty, terrifying reality of life or death combat somehow produced some of the most profound philosophical insights ever written down. Let your mind wander to the idea that true mastery, whether we're talking about sword fighting or spreadsheets, isn't really about the tools you're using. It's about the mind that knows how to use them. And hey, if you're digging these late-night historical deep dives, definitely hit that subscribe button. It genuinely helps keep these conversations going. And honestly, there's something pretty cool about building this little community of people who fall asleep to stories about ancient warriors and forgotten wisdom. Also, drop a comment and let me know where you're listening from and what time it is there. I'm always blown away by how these tales reach people all over the world at all hours of the day and night. Now, with our stage properly set and our legendary duel waiting in the wings, let's turn our attention to how exactly someone becomes the kind of person who can turn a boat oar into a legendary weapon. We're about to dive into the making of this master, and trust me, Musashi's path to greatness was anything but conventional. The real work, the brutal, physical work, was just beginning. So we've glimpsed our wooden oar and that elegant scroll, and now it's time to understand how someone becomes the kind of person who can make those two completely different objects make perfect sense together. Spoiler alert. It wasn't through some fancy samurai boarding school with matching uniforms and a dental plan. Let's be honest about Musashi's origin story. When you picture a legendary samurai, you probably imagine some privileged kid born into a powerful clan, trained by the finest masters, maybe with servants polishing his swords while he sips tea and contemplates honor. Reality. Musashi was born around 1584 in what's now Harima province, and his childhood was more like being raised by a particularly harsh martial arts instructor who happened to be his father, Hirata Munisai. And when I say harsh, I mean the kind of father-son relationship that makes modern family therapy look like a luxury spa treatment. Munisai was himself a pretty formidable martial artist, the kind of guy who could probably kill you with a chopstick if he was having a bad day. But here's where things get interesting. And by interesting, I mean emotionally complicated in ways that would make a Shakespearean tragedy seem upbeat. The relationship between father and son deteriorated early on. We're talking family squabbles that escalated beyond your typical clean your room arguments into something more like, I'm going to abandon traditional family structures and wander Japan as a masterless warrior. So there you have it. Musashi became a Ronin, a masterless samurai. Picture this for a moment. No lord to serve, no fixed address, no steady paycheck, no corporate benefits package. Just you, a couple of swords, and the open road stretching endlessly ahead. It's like being a freelance consultant, except instead of PowerPoint presentations, your performance reviews involved people trying to kill you with sharp metal objects. Now, here's where Musashi's story gets genuinely fascinating. This outsider status, this complete lack of formal, rigid samurai education, was probably the best career move he never planned to make. While other samurai were busy memorizing ancient forms and following traditions that were already older than their great-grandfathers' great-grandfathers, Musashi was out there in the real world, experimenting, innovating, and frankly just trying not to die horribly. He wasn't constrained by anyone else's rules or expectations. No sensei looking over his shoulder, tutting disapprovingly when he tried something unconventional. No clan elders explaining why things had always been done a certain way and why that way was sacred and unchangeable. Musashi stated quite clearly that he mastered his skills through solitary practice and sheer personal effort. This wasn't humility. This was a guy who genuinely believed that the best teacher was experience and the best classroom was anywhere someone might try to kill you. His whole philosophy became centered around self-reliance, originality, and constantly pushing himself to improve, while discarding anything that felt like a superficial trick or flashy technique designed more to impress than to actually work. If it didn't serve a practical purpose in keeping you alive, Musashi wasn't interested. This freedom from traditional constraints allowed him to develop something that would become legendary, the Nito Ichi-ryu, or two-sword style. Think about this for a moment. While other warriors were wielding one sword and trying to look appropriately dignified and traditional, Musashi was working out the biomechanics of using two swords simultaneously. One long, one short, adding an entirely new dimension to combat. This wasn't just about looking intimidating, though I imagine facing someone with two swords was probably like realizing your opponent had brought a calculator to a math test while you were still counting on your fingers. The two-sword technique was deeply strategic. It allowed for more deceptive movements, better defense, and the kind of tactical flexibility that traditional single-sword techniques simply couldn't match. It was innovation born from necessity, the kind of thinking that emerges when you're not bound by the weight of tradition, and when your survival depends on being better than everyone else. Musashi's training ground wasn't some elegant dojo with polished wooden floors and ceremonial weapons displayed on the walls. His dojo was the entirety of Japan. He traveled extensively, engaging in duels and combat scenarios that forged his skills in real time, high-stakes situations where the feedback was immediate and usually involved someone bleeding. He was what they called a shugyosha, an ascetic, wandering swordsman, constantly seeking mastery through rigorous practice and actual combat experience. But this wasn't just physical training. Musashi understood that true mastery required mental and spiritual development as well. He wasn't just swinging swords around hoping for the best. He was systematically honing his mind, developing the kind of mental clarity and emotional detachment that would allow him to think clearly even when someone was actively trying to end his existence. The personality that emerged from this crucible of solitary training and constant challenge was fascinating in its contradictions. Musashi was certainly disciplined and fiercely proud. You don't win over 60 duels without developing some confidence in your abilities. But he also maintained a surprising sense of humor, something you can actually see in his artwork, which has a playful, almost whimsical quality that seems completely at odds with his reputation as an unstoppable killing machine. His life became deeply influenced by ascetic practices and Zen Buddhism. And when I say influenced, I mean he dove in head first, with the same intensity he brought to everything else. This wasn't casual weekend meditation. This was rigorous, life-defining spiritual discipline. He would retreat into literal seclusion, meditating in caves like Raigen Cave during his later years, practicing zazen to achieve the kind of mental clarity that most of us can't manage, even with a full night's sleep and 3 cups of coffee. He studied Zen texts, absorbed concepts like emptiness and no thought, and worked toward achieving what Zen practitioners call an everyday mind, a state of consciousness that remains calm and adaptable regardless of external circumstances. For a warrior, this kind of mental training was as important as physical conditioning. It provided the psychological detachment necessary to think strategically, even in life or death situations. His independent thinking became his secret weapon. Musashi believed in learning through direct experience, investigating everything for himself rather than simply accepting what others told him. He wasn't looking for supernatural assistance or divine intervention. He wasn't interested in blind adherence to ancient doctrines just because they were ancient. For Musashi, true mastery, whether in martial arts, strategy, or life itself, came from inner discipline, practical knowledge, and the ability to adapt to whatever circumstances the world decided to throw at you. So instead of being constrained by tradition, instead of being limited by conventional thinking, Musashi's outsider path and relentless self-training actually transformed him into something unprecedented. A profoundly adaptable and genuinely original master whose innovations would influence martial arts and strategic thinking for centuries to come. And that's where Musashi's story gets really interesting, because having all this raw talent and unconventional training means nothing if nobody knows about it. So what did our masterless Ronin do? He embarked on what's called a Musha Shugyo, a warrior's pilgrimage, which sounds deeply spiritual and contemplative until you realize it was basically Musashi's version of a hostile corporate takeover tour across feudal Japan. Picture this. You pack the most minimalist travel bag imaginable. 2 swords, maybe some rice balls, a spare set of clothes that probably haven't been washed in weeks, and off you go wandering across an entire country with one very specific business plan. Find every notable swordsman you can and publicly humiliate them in single combat. This wasn't some peaceful spiritual journey where you meditate under waterfalls and achieve inner peace. This was a brutal, methodical campaign to build the most fearsome reputation possible, one very public duel at a time. Think of it like a disruptive tech startup appearing in a world dominated by massive centuries-old corporations. You've got all these established martial arts schools, places like the prestigious Yagyu Shinkage-ryu, with their fancy headquarters, their elaborate hierarchies, their centuries of tradition, and their CEOs, who've inherited their positions through bloodlines that stretch back to the dawn of recorded sword swinging. These are the martial arts equivalent of IBM or General Motors. Institutions so entrenched they probably thought they were untouchable. Then along comes Musashi. No formal backing, no prestigious lineage, no corporate structure. Just a guy with some very sharp ideas about how combat should actually work, and the absolute audacity to walk up to these martial arts empires and essentially say, "Your entire business model is obsolete, and I'm about to prove it by beating your best people with a stick I carved on the way over here." His methods were not just unorthodox, they were gloriously, scandalously unorthodox. While everyone else was playing by the established rules of formal combat, following rituals that had been codified before their grandfathers were born, Musashi was out there rewriting the playbook in real time. He was all about psychological warfare, the kind of mind games that would make modern corporate strategists take notes. One of his signature moves was showing up late for duels. Not fashionably late, like you're trying to make an entrance at a dinner party. Outrageously, insultingly late. Sometimes hours late, to the point where his opponent would be standing there, probably practicing their forms, working up a good sweat, wondering if this mysterious challenger was even going to bother showing up. You can imagine the internal monologue. Did he forget? Did he get cold feet? Is this some kind of elaborate joke? By the time Musashi finally strolled onto the scene, his opponent would be a psychological mess. Angry, frustrated, second-guessing themselves, probably physically tired from all that nervous energy. It's hard to execute your perfect, centuries-old sword techniques when you're mentally composing angry letters about punctuality and professional courtesy. He'd also pull stunts, like showing up in strange clothing, or sometimes partially undressed, anything that would throw his opponent off their mental game before the actual fighting even began. The goal was simple. Make sure he had the psychological upper hand before anyone drew a blade. Combat, Musashi understood, begins long before the first strike is thrown. And then there was his weapon choice, which was perhaps the most psychologically devastating move of all. The wooden sword, the bokken. Can you imagine the sheer breathtaking audacity? You're a master swordsman. You've trained your entire life with razor-sharp steel. You've probably killed people with your katana. And this vagrant nobody shows up to challenge you with what is essentially a very pointed stick. Maybe one he just carved from a boat oar on his way to the fight, as would famously happen in his duel with Sasaki Kojiro. This wasn't just confidence. This was a calculated insult designed to get under his opponent's skin. It implied complete contempt for their skill level. It suggested that Musashi didn't even need a real weapon to defeat them. It was like showing up to a Formula One race in a bicycle and offering to spot your opponent a few laps. The message was unmistakable. I'm so much better than you that I can afford to handicap myself and still win. Of course, the psychological impact was the point. Anger, as Musashi well knew, was just another weapon that could be turned against an opponent. When you're furious, you make mistakes. You lose focus. You abandon strategy in favor of trying to prove a point. And that's exactly when someone like Musashi would calmly dismantle you with his supposedly inferior weapon. He demonstrated this beautifully against opponents like Uji Yashiro, a disciple of the prestigious Yagyu school, effortlessly deflecting the man's steel blade with his wooden bokken. You can almost see the confusion and mounting panic in his opponent's eyes as their superior weapon proved completely ineffective against what should have been an inferior tool wielded by an inferior swordsman. But Musashi wasn't content to pick on random disciples and minor masters. He went after the big fish, the household names, the martial arts dynasties. His campaign against the Yoshioka clan in Kyoto, reads like a systematic corporate dismantling. First, he defeated Seijuro, the head of the family. Then he took down the younger brother, Denshichiro. And finally, in what might be one of the most audacious moves in martial arts history, when the entire clan tried to ambush him with overwhelming numbers, he managed to overpower even Seijuro's young son, Matashichiro, along with all his followers. This wasn't just about winning individual fights. This was about completely destroying the credibility and prestige of an entire established martial arts institution. These weren't random victories. They were strategic demolitions of the most respected names in Japanese swordsmanship. Each win was a masterclass in exploiting an opponent's emotional state, in turning their anger, their resentment, their wounded pride into weapons that could be used against them. And with each victory, Musashi's reputation grew. He wasn't just accumulating wins, he was redefining what it meant to be a master swordsman. He was building a brand, piece by bloody piece, across the entire nation. Every duel was essentially a public demonstration, a marketing campaign that proved his unorthodox methods weren't just effective, they were revolutionary. This continuous string of victories, earned through cunning, skill, and sheer psychological manipulation, cemented Musashi's fearsome reputation throughout Japan. But more importantly, all this rising fame, this tangible proof that his unique approach actually worked, was laying the groundwork for something far more significant than just a series of impressive duels. This was the foundation for his ultimate confrontation, the legendary showdown that would serve as the culmination of everything he'd learned, everything he'd tested, everything he'd proven during his years of wandering and fighting. And it was also the practical research that would eventually inform his profound philosophical writings, the timeless strategic insights we now know as the Book of Five Rings. His dueling days weren't an end in themselves. They were the research and development phase for theories that would influence strategic thinking for centuries to come. Every opponent he faced, every psychological tactic he employed, every unconventional weapon he used, all of it was data, experience, practical knowledge that would eventually be distilled into one of the most influential works on strategy and combat ever written. So we've got our disruptive Ronin CEO making waves across Japan, systematically dismantling traditional dojos and building his brand one humiliated master at a time. But if you think these encounters were just Musashi showing off his fancy two-sword technique like some medieval martial arts influencer, you're missing the darker, more calculating side of his story entirely. His duels weren't just tests of skill, they were carefully orchestrated lessons in strategy and, when necessary, in absolutely ruthless pragmatism. And nowhere does this become more crystal clear than in his infamous conflict with the Yoshioka clan. This wasn't just another duel. This was Musashi taking on the establishment itself. Now, let's talk about who the Yoshioka actually were, because these weren't your run-of-the-mill dojo operators running weekend sword classes for bored merchants. Oh no. The Yoshioka were basically the martial arts equivalent of having a direct line to the Oval Office, except instead of political power, they wielded razor-sharp steel. They were the official sword instructors to the shogun himself. Picture that for a moment. These guys were personally responsible for teaching the most powerful man in Japan how not to get killed with pointy metal objects. They were steeped in tradition, highly respected, and about as untouchable as you could get in feudal Japanese society. Their school, Yoshioka Kempo, wasn't just a martial arts style. It was a symbol of established, institutionalized martial prowess that had been passed down through generations. Challenging them wasn't just picking a fight. It was basically walking up to the most prestigious university in the country and announcing that you, a college dropout with no credentials, were going to prove their entire curriculum was garbage. It was like a punk rock band trying to take on the Vienna Philharmonic. Completely different worlds, different rules, different expectations. And Musashi, he wasn't just refusing to play by their sheet music. He was planning to burn down the concert hall. The whole saga began when Musashi issued a challenge to Yoshioka Seijuro, the head of the family and presumably the guy who'd never lost a fight in his life. The stage was set outside Kyoto, at a place with the rather ominous name of Rendai Moor, which, even if you don't speak Japanese, sounds like the kind of place where bad things happen to good people. Musashi, ever the strategic provocateur, showed up with his wooden sword, his trusty bokken, as his weapon of choice. Now imagine being Seijuro in this moment. You're the head of the most prestigious sword school in Japan. You've got a gleaming steel katana that's probably worth more than most people's houses, and this scruffy Ronin, nobody shows up to your formal duel with what amounts to a very aggressive pool cue. Seijuro probably thought he had this fight won before it even started. He was probably already composing the letter he'd send to the shogun about how he'd effortlessly dispatched this upstart peasant. Instead, Musashi delivered a single, devastating blow with his wooden sword that laid Seijuro out cold on the ground. Let that sink in for a moment. The head of the shogun's personal sword instruction program, a man who'd trained his entire life with the finest weapons and techniques available, was knocked unconscious by a homeless guy with a stick. Seijuro was so utterly, completely mortified by this defeat that he stepped down from martial arts entirely and became a Buddhist priest. That's not just losing a fight. That's having your entire identity so thoroughly demolished that you decide to pursue a career in meditation and vegetarianism. But the Yoshioka clan's pride was wounded deeper than just one humiliating defeat could account for. In a culture where honor was literally more important than life itself, this wasn't just an embarrassment, it was an existential crisis. So they demanded another duel, because apparently they were slow learners. This time, it was Seijuro's younger brother, Yoshioka Denshichiro, who stepped up to reclaim the family honor. The location was set near Ichijoji, and once again, Musashi deployed his psychological playbook with the precision of a master manipulator. He arrived late, not fashionably late, not, sorry, traffic was terrible, late, outrageously, insultingly late. The kind of late that makes you wonder if the other person even remembers you had plans. This wasn't accident or disrespect. This was calculated psychological warfare designed to infuriate Denshichiro and make him desperate for a quick, decisive victory. When Denshichiro finally spotted Musashi casually strolling onto the scene, he was probably already mentally composing increasingly creative ways to dismember this disrespectful vagrant. He charged furiously, which was exactly what Musashi had been counting on. Anger makes you predictable. Desperation makes you sloppy. And Musashi had been studying human psychology through sword combat for years. Musashi anticipated the emotional attack, dodged expertly, disarmed Denshichiro with what was probably insulting ease, and then, with ruthless efficiency, stabbed him. Not knocked him unconscious, killed him. This wasn't a sparring match or a friendly competition. This was Musashi sending a very clear message that he wasn't playing games, and he certainly wasn't adhering to anyone's romanticized ideals of honorable combat. He was there to win, by any means necessary. And if that meant ending someone's life to prove a point, well, that was just the cost of doing business. Now, you'd think that would be the end of it. Two prominent members of the Yoshioka clan, one humiliated into early retirement, the other dead. Case closed, lesson learned, time to move on. But this was feudal Japan, where honor was everything, and letting things go was about as common as indoor plumbing. The clan refused to accept defeat. Instead, they hatched what can only be described as the most dishonorable plot imaginable. They decided to lure Musashi into an ambush. But here's where it gets really dark. They designated Yoshioka Matashichiro, Seijuro's young son, as the supposed challenger. This kid was 12 years old. 12. Their plan was to use this child as bait to lure Musashi to a secluded spot called the Spreading Pine. where they'd have an entire contingent of archers and swordsmen waiting to turn him into a very dead pincushion. It was like bringing a machine gun to a knife fight, except they were also using a middle schooler as a human shield. But Musashi hadn't survived dozens of duels by being naive about human nature. He could smell a trap from miles away, and this one reeked of desperation and dishonor. Instead of showing up late as usual, he arrived early this time and hid himself, anticipating their deceit. When the Yoshioka forces arrived, bristling with weapons and righteous anger, dragging along young Matashichiro like some kind of sacrificial offering, Musashi was ready. But what happened next probably haunts anyone who believes in the romantic ideals of samurai honor. Musashi didn't engage in some drawn-out battle with the entire group. He didn't challenge them to honorable single combat or give speeches about the warrior's code. With pragmatic, terrifying ruthlessness, he burst from his hiding spot and cut down Matashichiro before the boy even had a chance to understand what was happening. Think about that for a moment. A 12-year-old child, probably confused and scared, used as a pawn in an adult game of vengeance, killed instantly by a man who understood that in real combat, there are no innocent participants, only potential threats. The sight of their young heir falling, combined with Musashi's sudden, savage attack, threw the ambushers into complete disarray. Whatever coordinated plan they'd had instantly fell apart when faced with the reality of watching a child die and realizing they were facing someone who operated by completely different rules than they understood. Musashi then fought his way through the remaining clan members, scattering them like leaves in a windstorm and effectively annihilating the Yoshioka clan's martial legacy in a single, brutal encounter. This wasn't chivalry. This wasn't honor. This was an uncompromising display of strategic necessity, a demonstration that in Musashi's worldview, there were no fair fights, only fights to be won. The killing of a 12-year-old, while undeniably grim and morally complex, perfectly illustrates his philosophy. In real combat, sentiment and adherence to outdated notions of honor aren't noble ideals. They're liabilities that will get you killed. Survival, and indeed victory, comes from anticipating your opponent's moves, controlling the engagement, and executing with decisive, often brutal efficiency. The Yoshioka massacre, as it came to be known, stands as perhaps the starkest testament to Musashi's rule-breaking pragmatism, a moment where the brutal realities of his chosen path crystallized into something that would define his reputation for centuries. This was more than just a series of duels. It was a brutal, uncompromising lesson in dismantling the established order, a demonstration that for Musashi, strategic necessity would always trump traditional notions of honor and fair play. Now let your breath slow down, dear listener, because we're approaching the main event, the heavyweight championship of feudal Japanese swordsmanship. If the Yoshioka massacre was Musashi's brutal graduate degree in strategic dismantling, then what came next was his doctoral defense. Except instead of a boring committee of professors, his examiner was someone who could literally cut him in half. After systematically clearing the board of lesser threats and cementing his reputation as an unstoppable force of nature, Musashi was finally ready to face his true rival. Not just another skilled swordsman, but his actual equal. Meet Sasaki Kojiro. Now, Kojiro wasn't just some random samurai Musashi had picked a fight with at a tavern. Oh no, this guy was a legend in his own right, famously known as the Demon of the Western Provinces. And let me tell you, you don't get a nickname like Demon by being moderately good at your job or having a pleasant personality. You get that kind of title by being so terrifyingly skilled that other warriors probably crossed the street when they saw you coming. Kojiro was renowned throughout Japan for his powerful and absolutely unique technique known as the swallow cut, or tsubame gaishi. Picture this: a swift, acrobatic movement that mimicked a swallow's flight pattern. arcing down in what looks like a normal strike, then suddenly turning upward with blinding speed, catching opponents completely off guard. It was like watching someone play three-dimensional chess while everyone else was still figuring out checkers. But Kojiro's signature technique was only part of what made him legendary. He was also famous for his weapon of choice, not just any katana, but an impossibly long sword called the drying pole, or monohoshizao. This blade was nearly 4 feet long, which was unusually extended even for that era, giving him a significant reach advantage over virtually any opponent he might face. Imagine someone showing up to a regular sword fight with what amounts to a broadsword that's almost as tall as you are. It would be like bringing a pool cue to a knife fight, except the pool cue is razor sharp and wielded by someone who spent his entire life perfecting the art of turning people into sashimi. This wasn't some cheap piece of steel either. It was a master-crafted sword dating back to around 1334, renowned for its quality, durability, and the fact that it could probably cut through most armor, like it was made of paper. Kojiro's pride in his long sword was legendary, and it was an integral part of his equally legendary technique. The reach advantage wasn't just about keeping opponents at a distance, it was about controlling the entire flow of combat, dictating the terms of engagement before anyone even drew their weapon. Now here's where things get interesting in terms of background and social standing. Unlike Musashi, who had forged his path as a wandering Ronin with no formal backing and questionable hygiene, Kojiro had taken a much more traditional, prestigious route to mastery. He'd received top-tier training under Toda Saigen, a renowned master swordsman, and the main heir to the Chujo-ryu style. Toda Saigen was the kind of teacher who specialized in the short sword, but emphasized principles of timing and distance that would profoundly influence Kojiro's development. This wasn't casual weekend lessons. This was rigorous, intensive mentorship under one of the most respected martial artists of the era, the kind of training that laid a solid foundation for exceptional swordsmanship and probably involved a lot of very painful learning experiences. But Kojiro wasn't just well-trained, he was also extremely well-connected. He was affiliated as a martial instructor with the powerful Hosokawa clan, which in feudal Japan was like having a letter of recommendation from the CEO of the most successful corporation in the country. The Hosokawa weren't just any noble family. They were major players in the political landscape, with the kind of influence that could make or break careers. With the clan's backing, Kojiro had even established his own dojo in Kokura, gaining many disciples and further strengthening his already formidable reputation. So while Musashi was out there roughing it on the road, sleeping under bridges and eating questionable rice balls, Kojiro was running a successful martial arts school with institutional support and probably a decent retirement plan. This sets up one of the most fascinating aspects of their eventual confrontation. The stage was set for more than just a personal rivalry between two skilled individuals. This duel was steeped in the political and martial undercurrents of the early 17th century, a period of intense consolidation of power by the Tokugawa shogunate. The Tokugawa were in the process of trying to control everything in Japan, including dueling, which they saw as a potential source of instability and rebellion. Yet these conflicts persisted, reflecting the enduring importance of martial prowess and personal honor in samurai culture. It was like trying to ban office politics or eliminate road rage, officially discouraged, but practically inevitable. The Hosokawa clan, with their considerable prestige invested in Kojiro, likely sanctioned this duel, seeing it as an opportunity to further enhance their own standing in the martial world. A victory by their sponsored swordsman would reflect well on their judgment and their ability to identify and support true talent. For Musashi, this represented the ultimate test, the chance to reaffirm his dominance and solidify his legendary status amidst these shifting political landscapes. It wasn't just about proving he was the better fighter. It was about validating his entire unconventional approach to martial arts in the face of institutional power and traditional authority. This wasn't just going to be physical combat between two highly skilled individuals. This was a confrontation between two completely contrasting styles, two opposing philosophies that represented fundamentally different paths to mastery. Kojiro embodied technical finesse, elegant precision, and the power of a refined traditional technique perfected through formal training and institutional support. He was a symbol of the established order, the way things had always been done, the proof that the old methods still worked. Musashi, on the other hand, represented raw adaptability, psychological warfare, and strategic ingenuity born from years of independent study and real-world testing. He was the disruptive outsider, the guy who'd proven that innovation and unconventional thinking could triumph over centuries of established tradition. You could think of it as the ultimate clash between the establishment and the startup mentality, except with considerably more potential for dismemberment. The duel with Sasaki Kojiro on Ganryujima wasn't merely going to be the climax of Musashi's dueling career. It was shaping up to be a strategic and symbolic culmination, the ultimate proof of his way. This was the moment where strategy, psychology, physical skill, and the very symbolism of their chosen weapons would converge in a confrontation that would either validate everything Musashi had learned and developed, or end his career in the most permanent way possible. You could almost feel the tension building across the country, the weight of expectations, as these two titans prepared to face each other. The entire martial arts community was watching. Reputations, philosophies, and probably a fair amount of money were riding on the outcome. This wasn't just going to be a duel. This was going to be a statement about the nature of mastery itself. Now, before we dive headfirst into that legendary morning on Ganryujima, let's take a moment to peek behind the curtain and see how Musashi actually prepared for what might be the most important job interview of his life. Because here's the thing about Musashi. Victory wasn't just about showing up and being really, really good at the sharp metal swinging portion of the program. For him, winning a duel started months before anyone even drew a sword. This is where we need to talk about the Book of Wind, which is probably one of the most misunderstood chapters in the Book of Five Rings. When you hear Book of Wind, you might imagine some mystical treatise about becoming one with the breeze. Maybe some meditation techniques involving deep breathing and incense. Nope. This chapter is Musashi's version of what modern business consultants would call competitive intelligence gathering, except with significantly higher stakes and a lot more potential for dismemberment. The Book of Wind is essentially Musashi's manifesto on the absolute necessity of understanding other martial arts school strategies, their fundamental strengths, and most importantly, their exploitable weaknesses. For Musashi, spending all your time perfecting your own style in isolation was like trying to win a poker game without ever looking at your opponent's tells. You had to know what everyone else was doing, their habits, their preferred moves, their mental weak spots, because that's how you found the openings, predicted their reactions, and ultimately turned their own techniques against them. Musashi believed that if you truly understood an opponent's every habit, every method, and every psychological quirk, victory was essentially guaranteed before the first blade was even drawn. It wasn't mystical, it was methodical, like a detective building a case, except the verdict was delivered with steel. So when it came to Kojiro, Musashi didn't just casually hear about this guy's famous swallow cut and his impressively oversized sword, and think, well, I'll figure it out when I get there. Oh no. Musashi became a one-man intelligence operation. He probably observed Kojiro in previous duels, either personally or through detailed second-hand accounts. He listened to every story, every rumor, every tavern conversation about how Kojiro fought, how he thought, how he reacted under pressure. Musashi would have studied Kojiro's temperament like a behavioral psychologist. The man's pride, his obvious attachment to that massive blade, his probable impatience when things didn't go according to plan. Most importantly, Musashi would have understood that Kojiro's greatest strength, that incredible reach advantage from his Monohoshi Zao, also represented his most significant vulnerability. Think about it logically. A weapon that long, while offering superior reach, becomes unwieldy the moment an opponent gets inside its effective range. It's like trying to defend yourself with a pool cue in a phone booth. The very thing that made Kojiro deadly at distance became a liability if someone could close the gap. Musashi probably spent countless hours visualizing exactly how to exploit this weakness, how to get inside that deadly arc where Kojiro's technique would become awkward and ineffective. This connects directly to Musashi's core philosophy about versatility and adaptability over dogmatic adherence to any single technique or style. While Kojiro's swallow cut was undeniably powerful and had probably ended many careers, it was still fundamentally a specialized technique built around a specific weapon and specific circumstances. Musashi argued against putting all your eggs in one tactical basket, no matter how impressive that basket might be. His philosophy was essentially, you must understand that there's more than one path to the top of the mountain, and the smart climber studies all of them. For Musashi, every opponent was a unique puzzle requiring a unique solution. Relying on one signature move, no matter how devastating, was like bringing a single tool to fix every possible problem. Eventually, you'd encounter a situation where your one trick wasn't enough. Think about it in modern terms. If Kojiro was the ultimate specialist, a world-class expert in his particular niche, then Musashi was the generalist who had studied all the specialists and figured out how to outmaneuver them. This wasn't about being better than Kojiro at Kojiro's own game. This was about changing the game entirely, forcing Kojiro to fight on terrain he wasn't prepared for, using rules he hadn't trained for. These insights into understanding other schools, into methodically dissecting an opponent's reliance on particular techniques or weapons, were absolutely foundational to Musashi's entire approach to combat strategy. His preparation wasn't just about physical conditioning or sword practice. It was intellectual warfare, psychological reconnaissance, strategic planning that would make modern military tacticians nod with approval. Musashi had to anticipate not just Kojiro's probable moves, but his emotional reactions, his likely responses to unexpected situations, his psychological breaking points. He had to mentally rehearse the entire encounter multiple times, playing it out from every conceivable angle, not just through his own perspective, but through Kojiro's as well. This wasn't some mystical ability or supernatural insight. This was the result of relentless observation, systematic analysis, and a deep, almost clinical understanding of human nature under extreme pressure. Musashi understood that most fighters, no matter how skilled, fall into predictable patterns when they're stressed, angry, or surprised. His job was to identify those patterns and then deliberately trigger the responses that would give him the greatest advantage. He used his studies of other martial arts schools to develop countermeasures that were specifically tailored to exploit their particular strengths and weaknesses. For Musashi, strategy wasn't something you figured out on the spot. It was the foundation you built long before you ever stepped onto the battlefield. So as we approach that fateful morning on Ganryujima, remember that Musashi wasn't just bringing raw talent, physical skill, or even his innovative two-sword technique to this confrontation. He was bringing an entire library of calculated insights, a detailed psychological profile of his opponent, and a strategic framework that prioritized adaptability above everything else. This wasn't just going to be a duel of swords. This was going to be a chess match played with human lives. And Musashi had been studying the board for months, planning his moves while his opponent was still admiring his own pieces. Now let your mind drift to that morning scene, dear listener. Picture the early dawn light slowly painting the sky above Ganryujima. This small, wind-swept island that's about to become the stage for one of history's most legendary confrontations. You can hear the gentle waves lapping at the rocky shore. Feel the salty breeze carrying the weight of anticipation across the water. There stands Sasaki Kojiro, the demon of the western provinces, looking every inch the legendary master swordsman. His famously long sword, the drying pole, gleams at his side, probably catching the morning light in a way that would make any cinematographer weep with joy. He's been there for a while now, maybe hours, doing all the things a highly trained traditional master does before such a monumental duel. Meditation, mental preparation, probably some very dignified stretching. His retainers from the prestigious Hosokawa clan are there too, witnessing this moment where their honor is literally tied to whether their guy can avoid getting chopped into sashimi. The air is thick with tension, so thick you could probably cut it with, well, a sword. And Musashi? Musashi is nowhere to be seen. Now, you might think this was an oversight. Maybe he overslept. Maybe he got lost. Maybe he was having second thoughts about fighting someone nicknamed the Demon, while armed with what amounts to a very pointy stick. But no, dear listener. This is where Musashi delivered an absolute masterclass in psychological warfare before a single blade was even drawn from its scabbard. His deliberate late arrival to the duel on Ganryujima wasn't bad time management or a case of feudal Japanese public transportation running behind schedule. This was psychological warfare executed with surgical precision, designed specifically to unsettle Kojiro and completely disrupt his mental focus long before the actual fighting began. Imagine poor Kojiro standing there as the minutes tick by. The sun is getting higher, which means it's getting hotter, which means he's starting to sweat in his formal dueling outfit. Any witnesses present are probably starting to murmur among themselves. He's running through his forms, mentally rehearsing his famous swallow cut technique. But with each passing minute, his carefully cultivated calm is starting to fray like a cheap rope under tension. Doubt begins to creep in. The kind of insidious doubt that starts small and then grows like a particularly virulent mental infection. Is he scared? Is he mocking me? Did he chicken out? Is he even coming? Did I get the time wrong? Did he get the time wrong? What if this is some elaborate joke? And here's the beautiful, diabolical genius of it. Musashi understood human psychology better than most modern therapists. He knew that this calculated provocation would create both emotional disadvantage and mental confusion for Kojiro, essentially handing Musashi a psychological upper hand before the physical contest even commenced. It was like winning the first round of a boxing match by making your opponent shadowbox alone in the ring while you were still in the locker room. This wasn't some new tactic Musashi had just thought up either. It was a classic move from his playbook, one he'd used successfully against the Yoshioka clan with devastating effectiveness. He understood that Kojiro was proud, probably a little arrogant, as most legendary swordsmen tend to be, and that making him wait would fuel his anger, cloud his judgment, and make him eager to end the duel quickly and decisively. And here's the thing about eager, angry opponents. They become predictable. Predictable opponents make mistakes. Opponents who make mistakes tend to lose vital body parts. This tactic ties directly into broader concepts from Musashi's own writings about controlling what he calls the spirit of the opponent and the battlefield itself. In The Book of Five Rings, particularly when he discusses gaining advantage, he emphasizes the critical importance of understanding your opponent's mental state, their psychological weak points, their emotional triggers. He frequently writes about throwing enemies into confusion, making them think about too many things at once, or forcing them into states of indecision where they second-guess their own training. By arriving late, Musashi was essentially forcing Kojiro to waste precious mental energy, to burn emotional fuel on anger and frustration, rather than conserving it for the actual fight. He was fighting a preliminary battle inside Kojiro's mind before they ever met on the sand. But Musashi wasn't just interested in messing with his opponent's head. He was also working to control the entire environment of the duel. By making Kojiro wait in the rising sun, he was subtly altering the lighting conditions, potentially giving himself visual advantages later in the fight. He was turning the isolation of Ganryujima, the passage of time, even the position of the sun into weapons in his arsenal. Now, legend holds that during his leisurely boat ride to the island, Musashi spent the crossing time carving his weapon of choice, a wooden sword, a crude bokken, fashioned from a boat oar. If this is true, and honestly, it's so perfectly Musashi that it probably is, this act served multiple strategic purposes. First, it reinforced his image as an unconventional, almost savage warrior, someone who didn't play by the traditional rules of civilized dueling. This would have been deeply unnerving to someone like Kojiro, who represented everything formal and traditional about swordsmanship. Second, it provided Musashi with a weapon specifically tailored for this particular duel. The bokken was crafted to be slightly longer than Kojiro's katana, which meant he could counter Kojiro's famous reach advantage with his own improvised reach advantage. It's like showing up to a knife fight with a slightly longer knife that you whittled yourself on the way over. But most importantly, it would have been absolutely demoralizing for Kojiro to watch his opponent arrive not just late, but apparently so unprepared that he was carving his weapon during the commute to what was supposed to be the most important duel of his life. The psychological implications were devastating. The message was unmistakable. I don't need months of preparation. I don't need a finely crafted ancestral blade worth more than most people's houses. I don't even need to take this seriously enough to bring a proper weapon. I can beat you with a piece of driftwood I just carved with my pocket knife. This wasn't just confidence. This was supreme, almost insulting disdain for everything Kojiro represented. It was Musashi essentially saying, your years of disciplined practice under master teachers, your renowned technique passed down through generations, your legendary blade forged by master craftsmen, none of it means anything against raw ingenuity and adaptability. So by the time Musashi finally stepped off that boat and onto the beach of Ganryujima, he wasn't just facing Kojiro, the master swordsman. He was facing a Kojiro who had been mentally preparing for hours, whose anger had been slowly building like pressure in a kettle, whose concentration had been systematically fractured, whose patience had been worn thin as rice paper. The psychological balance of power had already shifted decisively in Musashi's favor before the first actual move of the duel. This was a calculated gamble that could have backfired spectacularly. Showing up late to a formal duel was essentially a massive insult that could have motivated Kojiro to fight even harder. But Musashi understood his opponent well enough to know that anger would make Kojiro reckless rather than more dangerous. For Musashi, every duel was as much a contest of wills and minds as it was a contest of physical skill and technique. He wasn't just planning to fight Kojiro's sword arm, he was planning to fight Kojiro's entire psychological state. And in that preliminary battle, the one fought with time and expectation rather than steel, Musashi had already landed the first and perhaps most crucial blow. Now picture this scene if you will, dear listener. Musashi has already scored a massive psychological victory before even setting foot on that lonely little island. Kojiro is standing there on the beach, probably steaming like a tea kettle, his focus completely shattered, his pride wounded deeper than any sword could cut. He's been waiting for what feels like an eternity, probably working himself into a righteous fury, mentally rehearsing all the brutal, elegant ways he's going to unleash his legendary swallow cut and make this disrespectful vagrant regret every life choice that led him to this moment. But here's the thing. Musashi wasn't finished with his psychological warfare. Oh no. While Kojiro was pacing around like a caged tiger, Musashi was putting the finishing touches on what might be the most audacious, brilliant, and frankly insulting tactical move in the history of armed combat. Picture the boat slowly making its way across the water toward Ganryujima. You'd expect Musashi to be doing what any reasonable person would do before a life-or-death duel, right? Maybe some meditation, some last-minute stretching, perhaps reviewing his battle plan one more time. Maybe saying a quick prayer to whatever gods look after people who make a living by not getting stabbed. Instead, according to legend, and it's such a perfectly outrageous detail that it absolutely has to be true, Musashi calmly began carving a wooden sword out of a spare oar from the boat. Just sitting there, probably humming to himself, whittling away like he was making a toy for his nephew, rather than crafting a weapon for the most important fight of his life. Can you even picture this? While Kojiro is probably working himself into an absolute frenzy on the beach, questioning whether his opponent is too scared to show up, Musashi is essentially doing arts and crafts in the back of a boat. It's like showing up to a Formula One race and casually assembling your car from spare parts you found in the parking lot. But this wasn't just any random piece of wood he was carving. This impromptu weapon was deliberately crafted to be longer than Kojiro's famously oversized sword, the drying pole. Think about what that means for a moment. Kojiro's entire reputation, his whole tactical advantage, his entire reason for being feared across Japan, revolved around the superior reach of his nearly 4-foot-long katana. That massive blade was his trump card, his unfair advantage, the thing that let him kill people before they could get close enough to kill him back. And Musashi, with what was probably just a regular pocket knife, and maybe some sandpaper if he was feeling fancy, had just neutralized that advantage completely. He was essentially saying, "You think you have reach? That's adorable. Hold my sake while I create a weapon that makes yours look like a butter knife." This wasn't just resourcefulness. This was strategic genius wrapped in a blanket of psychological warfare and tied with a bow of pure, calculated insult. Picture Kojiro's reaction when he finally sees Musashi step off that boat. He's expecting to face a legendary swordsman with a gleaming katana, someone worthy of his skills and reputation. Instead, he sees this scruffy Ronin carrying what amounts to a very large wooden club, a piece of boat equipment that's been whittled into the rough shape of a sword. The insult would have been even deeper than the late arrival. It screamed, "I don't respect you enough to bring a proper weapon to this fight because you're simply not worth the effort. I can beat you with a piece of driftwood I carved during my commute." Imagine how that would mess with your head. All those years of training under master teachers, all that time perfecting techniques passed down through generations, all that pride in your legendary weapon, and your opponent shows up with something he made from boat parts. It would be like preparing for months for a chess match against a grandmaster, only to have them show up and beat you using pieces they carved out of soap. This act beautifully demonstrates Musashi's broader strategy of using unconventional methods and completely controlling the environment of combat. He wasn't just fighting an opponent, he was fighting the entire concept of what a formal duel should be. By appearing with this absurdly long wooden weapon, he immediately forced Kojiro to throw out his entire game plan and adapt to completely new circumstances. All of Kojiro's training, his muscle memory, his carefully honed instincts, would have been based on the assumption that he would have the advantage of distance. His fighting style was built around keeping opponents at the exact range where his long sword was deadly, but theirs was useless. Now, suddenly, that advantage was gone. Worse than gone, it had been turned into a disadvantage because Musashi's wooden oar was even longer. This meant Kojiro was no longer fighting on his terms. He was being forced to adapt to Musashi's terms, and adaptation under pressure is exactly where most fighters make fatal mistakes. It's like being a poker player who spent years perfecting a strategy based on having the best hand, only to discover that your opponent has just changed the rules of the game entirely. The act also demonstrated Musashi's profound understanding of practical physics and psychology working together. He knew that a longer weapon, even a wooden one, could match or exceed the reach of Kojiro's sword. This would force Kojiro into an impossible tactical situation. Fight too close, where his longsword would become unwieldy and awkward, or fight too far, where his longsword would become unwieldy and awkward far away, where Musashi's improvised oar could still reach him while his blade fell short. Musashi had literally reshaped the battlefield without moving a single grain of sand. He'd changed the fundamental geometry of the fight using nothing but a piece of wood and some very strategic thinking. The oar became an extension of Musashi's strategic mind, a physical manifestation of his philosophy that true mastery wasn't about having the best equipment or the fanciest techniques. It was about adaptability, ingenuity, and a relentless focus on exploiting every possible advantage, no matter how unconventional the source. He wasn't bound by tradition or constrained by what a weapon should be. For Musashi, a weapon was simply a tool designed to achieve victory, and if a boat oar could do the job better than a priceless katana forged by master craftsmen, then a boat oar it would be. Function over form, results over reputation. This wasn't just a physical act of creating a weapon, it was a philosophical statement, a complete disruption of the entire martial arts establishment. While other schools were spending fortunes on perfect steel and decades perfecting traditional forms, Musashi was demonstrating that sometimes the simplest, most unexpected tool, wielded with intelligence and strategic insight, could completely overturn centuries of established wisdom. He was building his legend not just through combat skill, but through the sheer audacity and cleverness of his preparation. The oar wasn't just a weapon, it was a symbol of his revolutionary approach to conflict, proof that innovation and adaptability could triumph over tradition and expense. It was Musashi's way of saying that the future of warfare belonged not to those who followed the old rules most perfectly, but to those who were smart enough to write new ones. And now, dear listener, we arrive at the moment everyone's been waiting for. The main event, the championship bout. Musashi has already won the psychological warfare so thoroughly that by the time he finally steps onto the sand of Ganryujima, Kojiro is basically a human pressure cooker of impotent rage. His focus is completely shattered, his renowned expertise compromised by an opponent who has absolutely refused to play by any script he's ever seen. Picture the scene. Musashi casually strolls onto the beach, carrying his glorified oar-turned bokken, this makeshift wooden sword that's longer than Kojiro's magnificent drying pole, essentially neutralizing what was supposed to be Kojiro's greatest tactical advantage before the fight even begins. It's like showing up to a gunfight with a slingshot that somehow has better range than everyone else's firearms. The stage is finally set. You can almost feel the electricity in the air, thick with years of building rivalry, and, for Kojiro, a toxic cocktail of anger, humiliation, and probably a fair amount of confusion about how his day had gone so spectacularly wrong. Kojiro, seeing Musashi approach with that infuriatingly calm demeanor, like he's taking a leisurely stroll rather than walking toward a life or death confrontation, draws his elegant, extra-long katana. Historical accounts suggest that Kojiro threw his scabbard into the sea, a gesture of absolute commitment and defiance. He was essentially saying, "I will not live to sheath this sword again." It's the kind of dramatic flourish that would have looked absolutely magnificent in a movie. Very theatrical, very traditional, very much in keeping with the romantic ideals of samurai honor. Musashi, ever the pragmatist, probably just noted the excellent craftsmanship of the scabbard and thought, what a waste of perfectly good leatherwork. No dramatic gestures, no theatrical pronouncements, just a guy getting ready to do his job with maximum efficiency and minimum fuss. Now, if you're expecting some epic 30-minute sword fight with elaborate choreography and dramatic dialogue, you're going to be disappointed. This isn't going to be a long, drawn-out affair with intricate exchanges and beautiful, flowing movements. This duel is destined to be brief, brutal, and utterly decisive. We're talking about the martial arts equivalent of a knockout punch in the first round. As Kojiro strides toward Musashi, probably intending to unleash his legendary swallow-cut technique and finally teach this disrespectful vagrant some manners, Musashi makes the first real move. But here's where all that psychological manipulation pays off. Instead of waiting politely for Kojiro to execute his famous opening attack, because apparently, even in life-or-death duels, there were supposed to be rules about taking turns, Musashi advanced quickly. Kojiro initiated his famous Tsubame Geishi, that swift, acrobatic movement designed for blinding speed and precision. This was his signature move, the technique that had made him legendary, the attack that was supposed to end fights before they really began. Except this time, he was facing someone who had spent months studying his every move and planning countermeasures. Musashi, with his newly carved, extra-long wooden sword, met Kojiro's attack with a single, devastating blow. One swing, one contact, fight over. He swung his bokken in a powerful arc and struck Kojiro's head, or possibly his ribs. Accounts vary on the exact target, but they all agree on the result. The force was so tremendous that it either shattered Kojiro's skull or broke his ribs, ending the fight virtually instantly. It was one clean, swift strike. No back and forth. No testing each other's defenses. No gradually escalating intensity. Just immediate, overwhelming force applied with surgical precision. Kojiro fell, defeated, probably before he even fully understood what had happened to him. He likely never had the chance to complete his famous swallow-cut attack, his pride and decades of training crumbling under Musashi's audacious improvisational genius. Think about that for a moment. One of the most legendary swordsmen in Japanese history, defeated by a piece of boat equipment wielded by a guy who showed up late and spent the boat ride whittling his weapon. This brief, brutal exchange is the living, breathing embodiment of the concepts Musashi would later explore in The Book of Fire, arguably the most intense chapter in the Book of Five Rings. The Book of Fire is all about seizing the decisive moment, about unwavering commitment to action, and about moving with an intensity that completely overwhelms your opponent before they can react. Fire, after all, doesn't hesitate. It doesn't second-guess itself. It consumes quickly, intensely, and leaves absolutely no room for doubt or hesitation. It's pure, focused energy, directed toward a single purpose. Musashi writes extensively about perceiving your enemy's rhythm and then systematically disrupting it. He talks about striking when your opponent's thoughts are scattered, when their spirit is unsettled, when they're mentally off balance. He describes seeing the empty spaces in an opponent's defense, not just the physical gaps in their guard, but the psychological vulnerabilities, the mental blind spots. Kojiro's internal storm of rage and frustration would have created enormous empty spaces that Musashi ruthlessly exploited. Every minute he'd spent waiting on that beach, every insult he'd endured, every moment of confusion about Musashi's unconventional approach, all of it had created psychological openings that Musashi could target just as precisely as any physical weakness. The late arrival, the crude awe, the casual disrespect for traditional dueling protocols, all of it culminated in that decisive moment, that single, shattering blow that ended one of the most anticipated duels in Japanese history. This wasn't just about physical timing. It was about mental and emotional timing. Musashi struck when Kojiro's emotional state was at its most volatile and therefore most vulnerable. He had spent months manipulating the timeline, the environment, and Kojiro's psychological state to create the perfect window for his decisive strike. The duel perfectly illustrates Fire's essential qualities: intensity, speed, and absolute decisiveness. Musashi's commitment to that strike was total and unwavering, leaving no room for hesitation, doubt, or second-guessing. He didn't engage in a protracted dance of blades, testing defenses and looking for openings. He went straight for the kill, recognizing that speed and overwhelming force at exactly the right moment were worth more than all the elegant technique in the world. In his writings, Musashi emphasizes the importance of hitting one place, meaning maintaining singular focus on your target without allowing your mind to wander or become distracted by your opponent's movements, their reputation, or your own fears. His single, devastating strike embodied this principle perfectly. No hesitation, no backup plans, no what-ifs. Just pure, focused intention, executed with maximum force. The entire encounter, from the psychological manipulation to the improvised weapon to the lightning-quick finish, was a calculated risk that paid off more handsomely than anyone could have imagined. It was a testament to Musashi's fundamental belief that while technique is certainly important, it's ultimately subservient to strategy, psychology, and mental fortitude. He often emphasized that a true swordsman should cultivate a mind that's neither rigid nor chaotic, but fluid and adaptable. And in this duel, his mind was precisely that. Fluid enough to see beyond Kojiro's impressive technique and reputation, flexible enough to exploit the human being behind the legend. So as Kojiro fell to the sand of Ganryujima, not gloriously in some prolonged cinematic battle, but swiftly and economically with a single blow from a wooden boat part, Musashi achieved something far more significant than just another victory. He had proven, in the most dramatic way possible, that his entire unconventional philosophy was not just viable, but superior to centuries of traditional thinking. The oar wasn't just a weapon, it was the ultimate validation of an adaptable mind, proof that intelligence and innovation could triumph over tradition and reputation, and demonstration that the most legendary conflicts could be ended with the intensity and decisiveness of a flash fire. And now, dear listener, the sand settles on Ganryujima. The waves continue their gentle lapping at the shore, completely indifferent to the fact that one of history's most legendary duels has just concluded. Kojiro lies there, defeated, his reputation and his very life extinguished by a single brutal blow from what amounts to a glorified piece of boat equipment. Musashi stands victorious, his scruffy, unconventional presence on that desolate beach serving as a monument to everything his opponents never saw coming. But here's where Musashi's story takes a turn that would probably disappoint any Hollywood director looking for a dramatic finale. You might expect a victory roar, perhaps some chest thumping, maybe a triumphant pose with his makeshift weapon raised toward the heavens. You know, the kind of scene that would look great on a movie poster, complete with dramatic lighting and flowing hair. Instead, his reaction was so understated, it was almost anticlimactic. Historical accounts suggest that after Kojiro fell, Musashi simply and calmly bowed to his defeated opponent's body. Not a bow of superiority or mockery, but a gesture of genuine respect, devoid of any gloating or celebration. It was the kind of humble acknowledgement you might give to a worthy colleague after a difficult business negotiation, not the behavior you'd expect from someone who had just defeated the demon of the Western provinces in single combat. He didn't linger on the beach, soaking up his moment of triumph. He didn't pose for imaginary portraits. He didn't even stick around to see if anyone wanted his autograph. Instead, he quietly turned and walked back to the boat that had brought him to the island, departing without a single cheer, shout of triumph, or victory lap around the corpse. It was about as far from chest-pounding warrior bravado as you could possibly get. This remarkably unostentatious departure wasn't just some quirky personality trait or false modesty. It was deeply reflective of Musashi's core philosophy about what victory actually meant. For him, the real battle hadn't happened during that brief, brutal exchange on the sand. The physical duel was merely the inevitable conclusion, the final punctuation mark on a sentence that had been written long before either man drew their weapons. The actual victory had been mental and strategic from the very beginning. He had won by understanding Kojiro better than Kojiro understood himself, by manipulating the circumstances of their encounter, by controlling the narrative and the environment in ways his opponent never even recognized. The wooden oar, the calculated late arrival, the sustained psychological pressure, these were his real weapons. The tools that had already disarmed Kojiro mentally and emotionally before the physical confrontation ever began. The single devastating blow that ended the fight was almost secondary, just the physical manifestation of a battle that had already been decided in the realm of strategy and psychology. It was like watching the final piece fall in a chess game that had been won several moves earlier, dramatic in its finality, but hardly surprising to anyone who understood what had really been happening. Musashi understood something that most warriors of his era missed entirely. Honor wasn't about flashy victories or public adoration, or having your name shouted by cheering crowds. True victory lay in the process itself, in the preparation, in the mental cultivation, in developing a mind that was constantly anticipating, adapting, and innovating. For him, the duel on Ganryujima was simply a practical demonstration of his way of strategy, a real-world application of principles he'd been developing and refining for years. Once the lesson had been delivered, once the proof of his methods was lying there on the sand, there was no need for fanfare or celebration. The outcome was simply the logical conclusion of superior strategy meeting, inferior preparation. It would be like a master chess player celebrating after checkmating a novice, technically impressive, but hardly surprising given the difference in their understanding of the game. This kind of detached, almost clinical reaction to his greatest victory reveals a profound philosophical maturity that transcends mere combat glory. Musashi wasn't fighting for personal accolades or the approval of spectators. He wasn't trying to build a reputation or collect scalps or prove his masculinity to the world. He was fighting for something much more abstract and ultimately more valuable, mastery itself. He genuinely believed that the path of the sword was ultimately a journey towards self-knowledge and spiritual enlightenment. Each duel was a test, a crucible in which his understanding of strategy, timing, human psychology, and his own capabilities was refined and purified. The goal wasn't to accumulate victories like trophies, but to use each encounter as a stepping stone toward deeper wisdom. His later writings frequently discuss viewing life and death with a certain equanimity, about understanding that all things, including reputation, glory, and even life itself, are fundamentally transient. While he was undoubtedly a peerless warrior, he also became a celebrated artist, calligrapher, and philosopher, deeply influenced by Zen Buddhist concepts of impermanence and the pursuit of inner peace. These seemingly disparate pursuits, swordsmanship, painting, poetry, philosophy, weren't separate interests for Musashi. They were all part of the same fundamental journey toward what he called the void, the continuous path of self-improvement and enlightenment that transcended any single skill or accomplishment. You can almost picture him on that boat ride back from Ganryujima, probably not thinking about his victory at all, but rather contemplating what lessons he could extract from the encounter, what insights into human nature and strategic thinking he could apply to future challenges, both martial and philosophical. So as he left Ganryujima behind, Musashi wasn't riding some euphoric wave of triumph or basking in the glow of his greatest victory. Instead, he carried with him the quiet satisfaction of a craftsman who had executed a difficult project flawlessly, a strategist whose plan had unfolded exactly as anticipated. His composure in victory reinforced his reputation not as some bloodthirsty killer or glory-seeking warrior, but as a master strategist and philosopher warrior who could see beyond the immediate clash of steel to the deeper currents of mind, will, and human psychology. This moment, his calm, respectful departure from the scene of his most famous triumph, serves as a powerful reminder that for Musashi, the true prize was never the glory, the reputation, or even the victory itself. The real reward was the invaluable lessons that could be etched into his understanding, refined through experience, and eventually distilled into the timeless strategic wisdom that would become the Book of Five Rings. It's a level of philosophical sophistication that makes most modern self-help gurus look like amateur motivational speakers by comparison. Now, if Musashi's devastating defeat of the legendary Sasaki Kojiro left us marveling at his strategic brilliance, it also marked what you might call the ultimate career pivot in his life. Picture this. You're around 29 or 30 years old. You've just proven your revolutionary way beyond any shadow of doubt, and you've basically mastered combat to such a degree that any further duels would just be showing off. So what do you do when you've essentially achieved the medieval equivalent of going undefeated in the UFC while simultaneously revolutionizing martial arts theory? You don't just keep beating people up for fun, you evolve. This is where Musashi makes what might be the most fascinating decision in his entire extraordinary life. He essentially retires from active dueling. No more wandering around Japan looking for fights. No more accepting challenges from hot-headed young swordsmen trying to make their reputations. No more living like a professional vagrant with really sharp hobbies. Instead, he makes a conscious, deliberate choice to retreat from the brutal world of combat and focus on something entirely different: his spiritual, artistic, and philosophical development. It's like watching a rock star at the absolute peak of their career. We're talking sold-out stadiums, platinum albums, the whole 9 yards, suddenly announce they're giving it all up to become a contemplative monk who grows bonsai trees. Profound, unexpected, and probably confusing to everyone who thought they knew what this person was about. After his victory over Kojiro, Musashi journeyed to Edo, which we now call Tokyo, and then moved on to Nagoya. But this wasn't the same wandering Ronin who'd been sleeping under bridges and eating questionable rice balls for most of his adult life. His reputation had grown beyond the martial arts world and was now attracting the attention of some very powerful people. He was invited to serve as a military tactics instructor by several prominent feudal lords. And here's the really interesting part. He became an official guest of the Hosokawa clan. Yes, that's right. The very same clan that had backed Kojiro, the man he'd just defeated with a boat oar. It's like being hired as a consultant by your former opponent's company immediately after proving their entire business model was flawed. This marked a seismic shift in his life circumstances. He wasn't just fighting anymore, he was teaching, advising, and finally had patrons who recognized that his strategic genius extended far beyond just being really good at not getting stabbed. With this newfound stability and financial support, probably the first steady income he'd ever had, Musashi immersed himself in a world that was about as far removed from dusty dueling grounds as you could get. He dove deep into Zen meditation, a practice he'd likely engaged with throughout his nomadic life, but could now explore with the kind of dedicated intensity that requires not worrying about where your next meal is coming from. For Musashi, Zen wasn't just a religious practice or some fashionable spiritual hobby. It was a systematic approach to mental clarity, self-discipline, and understanding the fundamental nature of reality. He spent considerable time in Kyoto, which was essentially the cultural Renaissance capital of Japan at the time, where he established connections with various artistic and philosophical movements that were reshaping Japanese intellectual life. And this is where his story takes another fascinating turn. During this period, his artistic talents truly flourished in ways that would probably surprise anyone who only knew him as the guy who could kill you with improvised boat equipment. He dedicated himself to calligraphy, painting, and sculpting, with the same intensity he'd once brought to mastering swordsmanship. He embraced the art of sumi-e, traditional Japanese ink wash painting, creating masterpieces that reveal a profound understanding of composition, spontaneity, and the use of empty space that's so central to Zen aesthetics. When you look at his artwork, you can almost see the same decisive, economical lines he used in combat reflected in his brush strokes. Each mark carried intent and purpose, no wasted motion, no unnecessary flourishes. He practiced bonsai, the art of cultivating miniature trees, which required the kind of meticulous care, patience, and long-term thinking that was probably a refreshing change from the immediate life or death decision-making of his dueling career. He also explored various other crafts, demonstrating a breadth of interests and a continuous desire for self-improvement that extended far beyond martial prowess. But this wasn't just some leisurely retirement hobby situation, like a former CEO taking up watercolors. This was a fundamental part of his ongoing inner transformation. He integrated all the principles he'd learned through martial arts into his artistic endeavors, seeing both paths as different routes toward the same destination. Mastery of self and understanding of the world. The same focus, discipline, and intuitive understanding of movement and timing that had made him an unbeatable swordsman now informed his artistic expression. He wasn't just painting pretty pictures. He was transferring his entire philosophical worldview onto canvas and paper, grappling with the same fundamental questions about life, death, impermanence, and perception that had defined his martial journey. His retreat from active combat wasn't some kind of midlife crisis or an act of cowardice. It was actually a demonstration of profound self-mastery. He realized that all the lessons he'd learned through actual combat could be distilled into something more universal, more lasting, and ultimately more valuable than just being known as the guy who never lost a fight. This period of contemplation, artistic creation, and philosophical development eventually culminated in some of his most influential written works, most notably the Book of Five Rings, which he dictated in his later years while living as a hermit in Reigen Cave. Think about that image for a moment. The once fearsome wandering warrior, now an elderly sage, sitting in a cave and distilling decades of hard-won wisdom into timeless strategic principles. In these writings, he didn't just recount sword techniques or reminisce about old victories. Instead, he articulated a comprehensive philosophy of strategy that was applicable not only to combat, but to virtually all aspects of human endeavor. He distilled his martial and life philosophy into profound insights about timing, spatial awareness, the importance of constant practice, adaptability, and the fundamental interconnectedness of all things. The physical act of dueling, which had once been his entire world, became just a vehicle for exploring much larger spiritual and intellectual questions. It was like using chess as a way to understand game theory, military strategy, psychology, and the nature of decision-making under pressure all at once. This post-dueling period fundamentally reshaped not just how Musashi saw himself, but how history would remember him. He transformed from being merely an undefeated swordsman, impressive, but ultimately limited, into a respected philosopher, artist, and sage whose insights continue to influence everything from business strategy to personal development centuries after his death. It's proof that true mastery isn't just about what you can destroy or defeat, but about what you can create, build, and leave behind for future generations. It's about how you adapt when your original purpose is fulfilled, how you deepen your understanding when you've already achieved excellence, and how you use your expertise as a foundation for exploring entirely new dimensions of human experience. A philosopher, artist, and teacher had been born. And so, dear listener, we arrive at perhaps the most unexpected chapter in our sword-swinging hero's story. The transformation from warrior to philosopher is complete, and it's as profound as it is surprising. Picture this: Musashi, the undefeated duelist, the master of psychological warfare, the guy who basically revolutionized combat with a boat oar, has officially hung up his swords. He's done his time on the proving grounds, collected his victories like poker chips, and maybe more importantly, learned some pretty hard-won lessons about life, death, and everything in between. But here's the thing. This new phase of his life, this period of contemplation and literary creation, might actually be more influential than all those legendary duels combined. It's like watching a rock star retire from touring to become a university professor, except the lessons he's teaching will outlast any platinum album. His final years, and we're talking about the grand finale of an already pretty epic existence, were spent in a place that perfectly captured this remarkable transformation: the isolated Regando Cave. Now, when I say cave, don't picture some damp, bat-infested horror movie set. Think more like a quiet, remote mountain retreat, tucked away in the hills near Kumamoto. It's not a palace with marble floors and golden fixtures. It's not a bustling dojo full of eager students. It's a solitary refuge, deliberately far from crowds, politics, and the constant clang of metal on metal that had defined so much of his earlier life. This wasn't just any cave, mind you. This was a place specifically chosen for deep thought, for the kind of quiet solitude that a mind like Musashi's needed to distill decades of experience into something timeless and universal. Picture it: rough stone walls, maybe a small fire for warmth, natural light filtering in from the entrance. The kind of space where you could think without distraction, where the only sounds would be your own breathing and maybe the distant call of mountain birds. For about a year and a half before his death in 1645, this austere cave became Musashi's personal headquarters, his ultimate home office. And it was here, in this tranquil yet rugged setting, that he composed what would become his masterpiece, the Book of Five Rings. But here's what makes this even more remarkable. This wasn't just another how to swing a sword manual. This was his magnum opus, his CEO's memoir for the ages, if you will. Think of it as the ultimate strategic manual written by someone who had actually lived through everything he was describing. It's a work that summarizes not just a lifetime of practical martial knowledge, but also philosophical insights and spiritual wisdom that took decades of real-world testing to develop. All of this distilled into a surprisingly concise and powerful text that still influences people today, from business executives to military strategists, to anyone trying to figure out how to approach challenges systematically. Consider it Musashi's final testament, his ultimate instruction manual for living and fighting with purpose and intelligence. He structured the whole thing into 5 scrolls: earth, water, fire, wind, and void, with each one representing a fundamental aspect of strategy and mental approach. The Earth Scroll talks about the bigger picture, the foundational principles of strategy and combat. The Water Scroll gets into specific techniques and the importance of adaptability. The Fire Scroll explores the intensity and decisiveness required in actual battle. The Wind Scroll, which we've discussed, systematically analyzes other schools' techniques and weaknesses. And finally, the Void Scroll ventures into the deepest philosophical territory, emphasizing intuition and what Zen practitioners call emptiness, the fundamental space from which all effective action emerges. The environment of Regando Cave itself was absolutely integral to this entire creative process. This wasn't just a convenient place to hide away from the world. It was a space specifically designed for focus and contemplation. In Japanese spiritual tradition, caves often hold special significance, seen as places of purity and intense spiritual energy. They're locations where the boundary between the ordinary world and deeper realms of understanding becomes thin. The cave's naturally tranquil environment was perfectly suited to the kind of Zen reflection that had become so central to Musashi's later development. Here, surrounded by raw, unprocessed nature, completely removed from worldly distractions, political pressures, and social obligations, he could fully engage in his zazen meditation practice, clear his mind of unnecessary clutter, and channel his accumulated wisdom directly onto paper. Picture him there, if you will, an elderly man, probably with a sparse beard and weathered hands, sitting cross-legged with an ink brush in his fingers. Maybe there's the soft glow of a lantern casting dancing shadows on the cave walls, or perhaps he's working by natural light, filtering in from the entrance. Every stroke of that brush, every character he carefully penned, was infused with the same kind of decisive commitment and focused intention he once brought to a sword strike. This wasn't casual writing or stream of consciousness journaling. This was an act of profound contemplation, a detailed unpacking and systematic organization of his life's most important lessons. Each section represented years of experience, countless encounters, victories and near defeats, moments of insight and periods of confusion, all refined through decades of reflection and practice. What we're witnessing here is his complete inner transformation from warrior to philosopher, culminating not in another duel or military campaign, but in words. Written words that would outlive him by centuries, guiding countless individuals not just in martial arts, but in business negotiations, athletic competitions, creative endeavors, and any situation where strategy, timing, and deep understanding of human psychology are critical. The Book of Five Rings is therefore much more than just a strategic manual for fighters. It's essentially a window into the mind of someone who achieved true mastery, a detailed summary of practical wisdom that was tested and refined through countless life or death situations, and then illuminated by years of philosophical contemplation. It's living proof that genuine mastery in one demanding field can offer profound insights applicable to virtually all other fields of human endeavor. His final creative act, accomplished within the peaceful solitude of Reigando Cave, wasn't aimed at gaining one last physical victory or adding another impressive achievement to his already legendary resume. Instead, it was focused on solidifying his legacy as a teacher and guide, leaving behind a detailed map that others could follow on their own paths toward mastery, understanding, and effectiveness. It's a powerful reminder that even after a lifetime spent in external conflict, dealing with opponents and challenges and life-threatening situations, the most profound battles, and often the most lasting victories, are frequently fought within the quiet chambers of our own minds and hearts. So here we are, dear listener, having established the solid bedrock of Musashi's strategic thinking through the Book of Earth. All that unglamorous but essential work about staying grounded, developing real discipline, knowing your tools, and ruthlessly eliminating unnecessary complications. But here's the thing about solid foundations. While they're absolutely crucial, they're not nearly enough on their own. A truly masterful strategist needs to be more than just stable. They need to be fluid, ready to move and adapt with the constantly changing tides of conflict and circumstance. And that's exactly where the Book of Water enters the picture. This is the section of the Book of Five Rings where Musashi really gets into the nitty-gritty of adaptability, where he explores the idea of literally embodying water itself as a philosophical and practical approach to life. And before you roll your eyes at what sounds like ancient mystical nonsense, remember that for Musashi, this wasn't just some poetic metaphor he threw around to sound profound. This was a practical, battle-tested blueprint for approaching combat, and by extension, pretty much every challenging situation you might encounter. Think about water for a moment. It has no permanent shape of its own. It conforms perfectly to whatever container it finds itself in. It can be gentle enough to sustain life or powerful enough to carve through solid rock, given enough time and persistence. It can flow smoothly around obstacles or crash through them with overwhelming force. For Musashi, these weren't just interesting properties to contemplate during quiet moments. They were the fundamental characteristics that any successful strategist needed to cultivate in their own approach to problem solving. The core principle he's driving at is what he calls flowing with circumstances, while maintaining complete mental flexibility. It's about developing the ability to respond naturally and effectively to whatever situation presents itself, without getting stuck in rigid patterns or preconceived notions about how things should work. Musashi taught that your mind should ideally function like perfectly still water, calm, clear, reflecting everything around you with complete accuracy and without any distortion. But at the same time, that same mind needs to be ready to move instantly, to surge into action, to adapt seamlessly to any change in circumstances. You need to be able to see your opponent clearly, without the fog of bias, emotional clutter, or wishful thinking, and then respond naturally and instinctively without the kind of hesitation that gets you killed. He used to stress that a rigid mind, like a river that's frozen solid in winter, will crack and shatter under enough pressure. But a flexible mind, like flowing water, will always find a way around whatever obstacle it encounters, no matter how insurmountable that barrier might initially appear. We've already witnessed this principle in spectacular action throughout Musashi's career, but it really took center stage during his legendary confrontation with Kojiro. Let's revisit that famous wooden oar sword for a moment. Instead of getting stuck on the traditional samurai notion that a proper warrior uses a finely crafted katana, Musashi looked at the tactical problem in front of him, Kojiro's superior reach advantage, and found an unconventional but perfectly effective solution. He literally carved his answer out of whatever materials were available, creating a weapon that was specifically designed to neutralize his opponent's biggest strategic advantage. That's water in action, folks, flowing around an obstacle rather than trying to smash through it head-on, adapting its form to whatever container or challenge it encounters. Then there's the whole calculated late arrival strategy. This wasn't about being fashionably late or showing disrespect just for the sake of it. This was a deliberate psychological tactic designed to completely disrupt Kojiro's carefully constructed mental state. Musashi understood that Kojiro was probably expecting a formal, honorable exchange at a precisely specified time, conducted according to all the traditional protocols. By showing up hours late, Musashi essentially threw a large rock into what should have been Kojiro's perfectly still mental water, creating ripples of anger, doubt, impatience, and confusion. This forced Kojiro to fight an internal battle with his own frustration and mounting anxiety even before Musashi got within sword range. Musashi was flowing with the circumstances, or more accurately, he was creating the circumstances, and then letting his opponent crash against them like waves against a seawall. This remarkable ability to change tactics naturally, to shift seamlessly from psychological warfare to physical combat, to adapt his weapon choice to the specific situation, all of this demonstrates what Musashi considered the pinnacle of the water principle in action. He wasn't committed to using a single stance, a single weapon, or following a single predetermined plan. He was committed to victory, period, and he was willing to use whatever means were necessary while adapting his approach in real time as circumstances evolved. He describes the ideal fighter's mental posture as being like water in a bottle or water in a bowl, completely taking the shape of whatever container it finds itself in, while remaining always ready to move, to flow, to change form as needed. This constant emphasis on mental and strategic flexibility isn't just crucial for success in sword duels, it's absolutely essential for any kind of competitive endeavor, whether we're talking about business negotiations, athletic competitions, creative projects, or navigating complex personal relationships. Musashi argued that if you become too rigid in your thinking, too committed to following one specific approach, regardless of changing circumstances, you will inevitably be defeated by someone who's more adaptable and responsive to evolving conditions. He frequently warned against becoming stuck on any particular idea, technique, or strategy, advocating instead for maintaining what he called a flowing, ever-changing mindset that could shift gears as naturally as water finding its path downstream. He taught that true mastery means being able to switch tactics seamlessly, without conscious deliberation or awkward transitions, moving from offense to defense, from long-range strategy to close-quarters improvisation, as fluidly and naturally as a river navigating around rocks and fallen trees. So when you really examine Musashi's duels with this perspective in mind, you're not just looking at a series of impressive individual fights, you're witnessing a master strategist applying the fundamental principles of the water scroll in real-time, high-stakes situations. He isn't following some predetermined script or trying to execute a plan he developed weeks in advance. He's essentially writing the script as events unfold, using his opponent's rigidity and predictable patterns as strategic weaknesses to be exploited. He's taking decades of hard-won, battle-tested experience and translating it into a fluid, adaptive philosophy that allows him to remain mentally unshaken and tactically flexible, even when facing the very real possibility of death. The Book of Water serves as a powerful reminder that while those strong foundational principles we explored in the Earth Scroll are absolutely essential, true strategic power comes from being able to flow, to adapt, to embrace change rather than resist it, and to remain completely unattached to any single approach or predetermined outcome. It's the ultimate lesson in strategic flexibility, preparing you not just for one specific type of challenge, but for all possible challenges, in all their unpredictable, chaotic, and constantly evolving glory. And now, dear listener, we've taken this journey together through the solid foundations of the Book of Earth, all that unglamorous but essential groundwork, and then flowed along with the adaptable currents of the Book of Water, learning why flexibility beats rigidity every single time. But now we arrive at the final destination, the ultimate peak of Musashi's philosophical mountain, the place where all strategy and technique essentially dissolve into something that's both impossibly simple and impossibly profound. The Book of the Void. This final scroll isn't about memorizing new techniques or perfecting your footwork or learning the 17 different ways to hold a sword. It's not even about winning or losing in the way most people understand those concepts. Instead, the Book of the Void speaks to the highest possible level of mastery, a mental state that completely transcends conscious thought and deliberate action, reaching into the realm of pure intuition and what the Japanese call mushin, or empty mind. It's about becoming so completely present, so utterly immersed in the immediate moment, that you stop thinking and start simply being. Your actions become pure, instinctive responses, like a cat reflexively twisting in midair when it falls, or your hand automatically pulling back from a hot stove before your brain even registers the heat. It's the ultimate realization of everything covered in the previous scrolls. All that training, all that discipline, all that adaptability becomes so deeply ingrained that it operates without effort, as naturally as breathing. Musashi describes the void as that which cannot be known, which sounds mystical and probably a little pretentious until you realize what he's actually talking about. It's not emptiness in the sense of having nothing there. It's more like a boundless, formless state from which all genuine creativity and effective action naturally spring. It's the mental space where judgment, fear, anger, and all the usual psychological static have been completely eliminated, leaving behind a mind that's perfectly clear and open, able to perceive reality without distortion and react with flawless precision. Think of it like a crystal-clear mountain lake on a perfectly still day. No ripples, no waves, no disturbances. Just pure reflection of whatever's happening above it, coupled with the capacity for immediate, appropriate response to any changing conditions. Now, if we look back at that legendary duel with Kojiro through this lens, we can make a pretty compelling argument that this brief, brutal encounter was actually Musashi's ultimate physical demonstration of this enlightened state in action. Consider the sequence of events, the psychological manipulation, the late arrival, the improvised ore sword. All of these were clearly conscious, calculated strategic decisions, the kind of deliberate planning that we'd expect from a master tactician. But that actual moment of combat, that single, devastating blow that ended the entire fight, that was likely pure Mushin in action. It happened too quickly, too precisely, and with too much perfect timing to allow for any conscious deliberation or decision-making process. It was the culmination of literally decades of training and strategic thinking, but it manifested as completely spontaneous, direct action that bypassed the thinking mind entirely. Picture Kojiro in that moment, probably caught up in his own emotional turmoil, all that built-up anger and frustration from waiting, and rigidly committed to executing his famous swallow cut technique, exactly as he'd practiced it thousands of times. He was operating on what you might call a predictable, conscious level, following a script that had worked for him before. Musashi, on the other hand, had cleared his mind of everything except what he called hitting one place, a state of focused intention so pure that it didn't require conscious thought to execute. He didn't think about how to counter Kojiro's attack or analyze the optimal angle for his response. He simply reacted. The moment presented itself, the opening appeared, and his body, trained to absolute perfection and guided by a completely uncluttered mind, executed the decisive action without any hesitation or second guessing. It's the ultimate paradox of genuine mastery. You spend years, maybe decades, training obsessively and thinking analytically about every aspect of your craft, all so you can eventually reach a point where you don't have to think at all, where your actions become as natural and effortless as walking or breathing, simply a direct extension of your being rather than something you have to consciously plan and execute. This concept also reveals the deeply spiritual dimension that was always present in Musashi's approach to martial arts. For him, swordsmanship was never just a physical skill set or a way to win fights. It was fundamentally a path toward enlightenment, a moving meditation that could lead to profound insights about the nature of existence itself. Reaching this state of void wasn't about becoming a more efficient killing machine. It was about achieving a higher level of consciousness, about becoming completely attuned to the flow of the universe around you. The duel became a form of active Zen practice, a moving meditation where the ultimate goal transcended mere victory to encompass genuine self-realization. He wasn't just observing his enemy's movements and planning countermeasures. He was observing himself in dynamic relationship to his opponent, to the environment, to the constantly shifting flow of the present moment. It was like becoming a conscious participant in the natural order, rather than someone fighting against it. These spiritual implications extended far beyond the battlefield. Musashi's later dedication to calligraphy, painting, sculpture, and intensive meditation, all pursued after he'd stopped dueling entirely, represented a continuation of this same fundamental pursuit of the void state. He recognized that the principles of strategy and mastery were truly universal, equally applicable to the delicate movement of a brush creating calligraphy as to the decisive arc of a sword in combat. The same empty mind that allowed him to strike with perfect timing and devastating effectiveness in battle also enabled him to create art with profound depth, spontaneity, and expressive power that still moves people centuries later. So, the Book of the Void represents Musashi's ultimate teaching, his most profound insight into what the highest levels of mastery actually look like. It suggests that true excellence doesn't lie in accumulating more and more techniques, strategies, or knowledge. It lies in transcending all of that accumulated learning to reach a state of pure, immediate responsiveness. It's about letting go of all preconceptions, all ego, all fear, all the mental baggage that normally clutters our decision-making process, and learning to operate from a place of completely unadulterated awareness. It's about becoming nothing in order to become everything, emptying yourself so completely that you can respond perfectly to whatever the moment requires. A truly profound lesson, dear listener, and perhaps the perfect note on which to let your own thoughts begin to drift toward that peaceful, empty space where sleep and dreams await. Well, we've certainly covered some ground tonight, haven't we, dear listener? From the dusty, blood-soaked roads of feudal Japan to the tranquil solitude of a mountain cave, exploring the life and mind of a man who absolutely refuses to fit into any neat historical category. We started this whole journey with what seemed like a contradiction, two completely different symbols representing Miyamoto Musashi's legacy. That rough, improvised wooden oar he wielded in his most famous duel, and the elegant, ink-brush scroll containing the Book of Five Rings. At first glance, these objects seem to come from entirely different worlds. One brutal and practical, the other serene and philosophical. But now, after diving deep into the complexities of his life and teachings, we can finally see how these two symbols fit together perfectly. They're not contradictory at all. They're two sides of the same absolutely brilliant coin, representing the complete picture of what made Musashi's mind so extraordinary. That wooden oar, crude and improvised as it was, stands as the ultimate symbol of his radical practicality, his absolutely audacious willingness to improvise, and his ruthless commitment to winning by whatever means actually worked, rather than whatever looked impressive or traditional. It represents the uncompromising reality of life or death combat, where psychological warfare matters more than honor, where innovation trumps tradition, and where being willing to break every rule gives you the edge over people who are still playing by someone else's playbook. The oar is the physical manifestation of everything that made Musashi dangerous: his adaptability, his mastery of circumstances, his uncanny ability to turn literally any available tool into a deadly extension of his strategic will. It's the ultimate symbol of his complete defiance of conventional thinking, his laser focus on effectiveness over elegance, and his almost supernatural talent for turning an opponent's greatest strength into the weakness that would ultimately destroy them. Then you have the serene scroll of the Book of Five Rings, which operates in a completely different register. This isn't about blood and sweat and the immediate terror of someone trying to kill you with sharp metal objects. This is about ink and careful reflection, about taking decades of hard-won experience and transforming it into timeless wisdom. It embodies the profound philosophical depth that was always underlying every single one of Musashi's actions, even when those actions looked like pure improvisation or brutal pragmatism. The scroll represents the distillation of his most important lessons, the careful articulation of his way of strategy in a form that could outlast any individual victory or defeat. Every principle we've explored tonight, from the solid grounding of earth to the fluid adaptability of water, the decisive intensity of fire, the analytical framework of wind, and the ultimate transcendence of void, finds its clearest explanation and its most enduring power within those carefully crafted pages. The scroll is the lasting legacy of his contemplative years, the tangible proof that his approach to martial arts was never just about physical technique, but was always deeply intertwined with a rigorous intellectual and spiritual journey toward understanding the fundamental nature of conflict, strategy, and human psychology. So when we step back and look at the complete picture, bringing our narrative full circle, we can see that these two seemingly different symbols, the bloody, practical ore and the serene philosophical scroll, aren't just complementary, they're absolutely inseparable. Two essential halves of Musashi's revolutionary genius. That legendary duel on Ganryujima, that lightning-quick, decisive moment that ended with Kojiro dead on the sand, was essentially Musashi's ultimate, most dramatic physical demonstration of his martial philosophy in action. It was a living, breathing proof that everything he would later teach in theoretical terms, he could execute flawlessly when his life depended on it. He literally used the rough, unpolished reality of combat, represented by that improvised ore, to validate and demonstrate the refined philosophical principles that he would later articulate in his writings. The actual fight served as his laboratory, the real-world testing ground where his theories about strategy, psychology, timing, and adaptability were put to the ultimate test. The scrolls, in turn, provide the lasting intellectual framework that allows us, sitting comfortably in our modern world centuries later, to understand not just what he did, but why he did it, and how his victories represented triumphs of strategic thinking and mental clarity, rather than just superior physical technique or lucky breaks. One symbol informs and validates the other. Without the ore, without the proven track record of real-world effectiveness, the scroll might be dismissed as just another collection of abstract philosophical theories. Without the scroll, without the detailed explanation of his methods and principles, the ore might be seen as nothing more than an example of brute force or lucky improvisation. But together, they create a complete picture of an extraordinary mind that could seamlessly integrate the most practical, immediate concerns of survival with the deepest philosophical questions about the nature of mastery, consciousness, and effective action. Now, as you settle even deeper into your own comfortable space, let your mind gently drift toward the remarkable universality of Musashi's insights. His teachings about strategy, timing, and understanding human psychology aren't trapped in some dusty historical period, relevant only to people who happen to live in feudal Japan. 4 centuries later, in a world that would be completely unrecognizable to him, these lessons remain surprisingly, almost eerily relevant. Consider his emphasis on grounding from the Book of Earth. It's really about building a solid foundation in whatever field you choose to pursue, mastering the fundamentals before attempting anything complex or flashy. It's about truly knowing your tools, whether those tools happen to be actual hammers and saws, or the latest software applications, or the particular skills and talents of the people you work with. And it's about ruthlessly eliminating wasted effort, cutting straight through to what actually matters, rather than getting distracted by things that look important but don't contribute to your real objectives. Then there's his insights from the Book of Water, that emphasis on adaptability, on flowing naturally with changing circumstances, on maintaining mental flexibility even when everything around you seems to be going sideways. In our rapidly changing, increasingly unpredictable modern world, the ability to adapt quickly, to pivot when necessary, to avoid being rigidly attached to plans that no longer make sense. This kind of thinking is often the difference between thriving and just barely surviving. His understanding of psychological dynamics, brilliantly demonstrated in The Book of Wind, and deployed so effectively through tactics like his strategic late arrival and his choice of unconventional weapons, teaches us about the immense power of influencing environments and shaping other people's perceptions and emotional states. This isn't about manipulation for its own sake or being deliberately deceptive, but about developing a deep understanding of human nature and learning how to work with those natural patterns to achieve better outcomes for everyone involved. And finally, that ultimate aspiration outlined in The Book of the Void, achieving an empty mind, reaching a state of pure intuition and direct action that transcends conscious thought and analysis. In our overstimulated, overthinking, constantly connected modern world, this quest for mental clarity, for developing a mind that can act decisively without getting bogged down in endless second-guessing, might be more valuable and more difficult to achieve than ever before. And it's about learning to let go of everything that doesn't truly matter, focusing completely on what does matter, and developing enough trust in your own deeply trained instincts to act with confidence even in uncertain situations. Musashi's story, therefore, reaches across the centuries to speak directly to our contemporary challenges and concerns. It whispers to us not just about a legendary swordsman from a distant exotic culture, but about timeless principles for living strategically, purposefully, and with genuine understanding of both yourself and the people around you. His narrative represents the eternal human quest for mastery, not just mastery over opponents or external challenges, but the far more difficult and rewarding journey toward mastering yourself, your reactions, your fears, and your own potential for both destruction and creation. And with that gentle reflection, dear listener, let the lessons of the oar and the scroll drift softly through your mind as you settle into whatever dreams await you. May they be filled with the kind of quiet wisdom and deep, restful calm that can only come from understanding that true strength often lies not in fighting against the world, but in learning to move with it skillfully and peacefully. Sleep well, and thank you for taking this journey with me through the remarkable life of a man who turned combat into art, and art into timeless wisdom.